A very good morning to you and welcome to the second session morning sitting of Wednesday, June 21st, 2023. This is Parliamentary Broadcast Unit in collaboration with KBC, and you're in today for the business of the day. Today on our order paper, we have the procedural motion. That is the exemption of business from the Standing Order 40, which will be led by the majority leader of the party, KIMANI ICHUNG'WAH, that he resolves the House to exempt the business appearing as order number 9, 10, and 11 in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, and being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority and minority party or business sponsored by a committee. Also on the motion today, there is consideration of the supplementary estimate 2 for the financial year 2022-2023. The general debate, which would be led by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. That the House today will adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the second supplementary estimate for the financial year 2022-2023, which will be laid on the table of the House, which was laid yesterday, 20th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order 243. Also, today, the members of Parliament during this second session morning sitting are expected to debate on the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, that is the Senate Bill number 16 of 2023, through the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. The bill is currently on its second reading. Also on the order, there is the Equalization of Fund and Appropriations Bill, that is the Senate Bill number 3 of 2023. Under the leadership of the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee, the bill is also on its second reading. On the motion of the day, development of a policy and funding for junior secondary schools, sponsored by the Member of Parliament, Honourable Geoffrey Ruku. As you can see, the members of Parliament are currently attending the second sitting this morning, and on the screen you can see that the members are already coming in, awaiting the speaker who will be opening the session this morning. It's quite a table-full debate this morning. On the motion, we'll be also having the establishment of a National Cancer and Prevention and Control Fund, which will be brought by Marakwet West Member of Parliament, Honourable Timothy Toroitich, and that the Public Service Values and Principles, that is the Amendment Bill of the National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022. Honourable Abdul Dawood, the Member of Parliament, will be bringing the bill, which is onto its second reading. Also on the second reading, we have the Penal Code, that is the Amendment Bill of the National Assembly, Bill number 56 of 2022, by Honourable Member David Gikaria. The development and implementation of a childcare program for children whose parents are in lawful custody by Bridgeton Yegon. The Member of Parliament will be bringing the bill today. Also on the motion, we have the national policy on deworming of school-going children. That according to Article 43(1) of the Constitution, that provides that every person has a right to the highest attainable standard of health, including the right to healthcare services, further aware the relationship between health and education playing a significant role in school attendance, is among the motion that is being brought by Honourable Mashua Waitaka today. Also on the motion, there is a public health concerns at Langata Cemetery by the Member of Parliament for Langata constituency, Honourable Felix Odiwar, according to Article 42 of the Constitution, that provides that every person is entitled to clean and healthy environment. Further aware that Article 69 of the Constitution that obligates the state to ensure sustainable utilization of the environment and natural resources, including land, and recognition that fourth schedule of the Constitution assigns the national government the function of land planning, including the general principles of land planning and the coordination of the planning by counties, as well as matters of health policy, further recognizing that there is ongoing public outcry concerning the neglect of Langata Public Cemetery, which is situated in Langata constituency in Nairobi County. Also today, on another motion, there is the development and implementation of a program for voluntary. Yeah. And as you can see, our viewers, the Speaker of the National Assembly is about to open the session of today, walking in to open this a much-awaited session, the session of the morning sitting of the second session. And the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Boss-Sholay, is just walking in, just in for time for the 9:30 sitting of the 13th Parliament, Wednesday, June 21st, 2023, that starts at exactly 9:30. Also, there will be a motion on planning the growth of eucalyptus trees in the country, brought by Honorable Moses Kirima. There will be an establishment of strategic grain storage reservoirs and silos. And now I do hand over to the proceedings of the day.
Mighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the officers of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful as a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. I order that, direct that we ring the bell for another 10 minutes. Thank you.
Also, on to today's motions, we have the regulation of the sugar industry to discourage the branding of sugar by non-millers. This is a bill sponsored by Honorable Peter Selassie that he says that as aware the... Yeah. Okay. Okay, person. Standing Order 34, if lack of quorum, the bell for 10 minutes have been rung to just allow members of parliament to walk into the plenary, into the house, and in a bid to achieve the quorum so that the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly can continue with today's proceedings. And also on our today's order paper, we have the regulation of the sugar industry to discourage the branding of sugar by non-millers. This is a bill brought by Honorable Peter Selassie, the Member of Parliament, who says that the importation and exportation of sugar is regulated by various laws, including the Crops Act and Agriculture and Food Authority Act 2023. It's further aware that the Agriculture and Food Authority is charged with the responsibility of regulating the importation and exportation of sugar in the country in accordance with the law, noting that the importation of sugar is also negotiated within the regional trade blocks, fireworks, and agreements to enable the country to meet the demand of sugar. Further, noting that individuals or entities are allowed to import.
You shouldn't leave the chamber. We just only allow those who need to come in. Thank you.
Introduction of comprehensive health education as a core subject in school. That's a motion brought by the Honorable Jane Minor. who says that improving public health is a fundamental responsibility for the government, and it's imperative to address pressing health problems facing the young people, including poor sexual and reproductive health, inadequate knowledge and information regarding sexual health, and protection against sexual transmitted infections. She was concerned that the current state of adolescent health training programs is inadequate and fragmented, resulting in limited access to healthcare information and services by the youth in the country. Today, also in the motion, we have the policy for provision of mental health services in all healthcare facilities, sponsored by Honorable Mishi Mboko, that says that the Constitution provides that everybody has a right to the highest attainable standard of health, including the right to healthcare services, saying that mental health is a key of determinant overall health and social economic development, recognizing that the Constitution assigns to the national government the responsibility of matters of health policy, concerned that according to the World Health Organization, mental and neurological disorders are common, and about 10% of the global population suffer from at least one mental health disorder at any given time. Also, Honorable Caleb Amisi's brought a motion implementation of first aid training as a core subject in school. Also, the motion on establishment of national fund to support victims of gender-based violence, brought by Honorable Mary Emase, saying that Article 29 of the Constitution provides the right of every person to freedom from any form of violence, further aware that the gender-based violence is a serious violation of human rights, with records indicating that 1 in every 3 women will experience sexual or physical violence in their lifetime, noting that according to the UN Refugee Agency, gender-based violence includes sexual, physical, mental, and economic harm inflicted in the public or in private, and may involve threats of violence, coercion, and manipulation in form of intimate partner violence, sexual violence, child marriage, and female genital mutilation. She further notes that timely response and effective post-management of GBV incidents is critical in curbing the effects of these incidences to victims at large. Also, another motion brought by Honorable Naomi Wako, the Member of Parliament, on urgent actions to address the recent surge in road accidents in the country, noting that the National Transport and Safety Authority Act 2012 provides for the establishment of the National Transport and Safety Authority. She further went that the authority, in line with Section 4 of this Act, plays a critical role in ensuring the provision of safe, reliable and effective and efficient road transport services, concerned that there have been alarming surge in road accidents in the recent past, resulting in loss of lives, injuries and damage to properties. Further, concerned that the authority has not effectively and fully performed its function of regulating safe and reliable transport services, especially in dealing with public service vehicles, noting that poor maintenance of motor vehicles and lack of deeply concerned that school-going children are increasingly becoming victims of these road accidents. Also, there is an adoption of government-to-government model to acquire and supply fertilizer to farmers at subsidized cost. This is the motion brought by Honorable Joseph Ruku, the Member of Parliament, saying that Kenya is an agricultural-based economy with a significant portion of its population relying on farming for their livelihoods. It notes that further quality and quantity of crop yields in Kenya has been hampered to a large extent by lack of adequate and quality fertilizers, leading to decreased agricultural productivity and economic losses. It further notes that the government has committed to improving agricultural productivity through various initiatives, including provincial of subsidized fertilizers, concerning that the cost, quantity and quality of fertilizers, and subsequently the cost of production of food crops, cash crops, including coffee, tea and miraa, has increased due to the number of factors, among them high cost of fertilizers due to markup by private suppliers of fertilizers, concerned that threat to food security is a threat to national security, recognizing that the government model has been noted to lower cost of production, and also recognizing that the account is willing to enter into an agreement between that of the government-to-government model to acquire the supply of fertilizers to farmers at subsidized cost. He also recognizes that they have been proven to be effective and efficient and improves the livelihoods, including the cost of living, such as the supplies of fertilizers, particularly in countries with similar agricultural conditions as Kenya. The House will resolve that the government, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, adopts that the government-to-government model in the acquisition and supply of fertilizers by identifying potential partner countries that have surplus and quality of fertilizers and corporate units like the Kenya Tea Development Agency, KTDA, Coffee Board of Kenya, Kenya Planters Corporation, KPCU, Kenya Grain Growers Corporations, and among others like those of the tea growers and Pyrethrum Board of Kenya. Also, in person to according to Standing Orders 34 of lack of quorum, the quorum has been achieved in the House, and we will be directing you to the plenary of the House where the proceedings of the day are set to begin. The proceedings will be chaired by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss-Sholay, who will be bringing us up to speed with the proceedings of the days, which include the motion on the banning the growing of the eucalyptus trees in the country, that of establishment of strategic grain storage, reservoirs and silos in close of proximities to smallholding farmers, the motion on development of policy and funding for junior secondary school that has been brought by Honorable Joseph Ruku, the Member of Parliament, the Equalization Fund and Appropriation Bill, that is the Senate Bill number 3 of 2023, which will be brought by the chairperson.
You may now stop the bell.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Kenya Civil Aviation Authority for the year ended 30th June 2021. Kenya Civil Aviation Authority for the year ended 30th June 2021. Annual report of the National Intelligence Service for the year ended 31st December 2022. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following constituencies for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. Tinderet, Central Imenti, Moiben, Ainabkoi, Runyenjes, Tharaka, Marakwet East, Marakwet West, Cherangani, Mwen, Nandi Hills, Manyata, Keses, Igembe Central, Mosop, Chesumei, Tigania East, Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe, North Imenti, and Keio South. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, procedural motion, exemption of business from Standing Order 40, paragraph 3.
What is your point of order, Leader Minority?
Madam Speaker, sorry, I was at the table. I wish I was here earlier. Madam Speaker, I'm just rising to raise an issue which perhaps may require the intervention of the substantive speaker. But since you are sitting on the chair, I'm sure you are equal to the task. Yeah. Madam Speaker, yesterday afternoon, it must have come to the attention of members, perhaps some members, of some not so desirable occurrences within the presence and outside the presence of Parliament. I want just to take you, Madam Speaker, to Article 118 of the Constitution. And at Sub-Article 1, Parliament shall conduct its business in an open manner, and its sittings and those of its committees shall be in public. At B, it will also facilitate public participation and involvement in the legislative and so on and so forth. Now, Sub-Article 2, Parliament may not exclude the public or any media from any sitting unless in exceptional circumstances the relevant speaker has determined that there are justifiable reasons for the exclusion. Madam Speaker, I don't want to go on and on. The point here is that, Madam Speaker, yesterday at around 1:32 p.m., there was unseemly commotion at the gate of Parliament and within the precincts of Parliament. along Parliament Road, and I think Le Selassie or Harambe Avenue. Madam Speaker, to an extent that the police were firing tear gas canisters, whose effect actually permeated the presence of Parliament, including my own office, and affected my own staff and everybody else. Madam Speaker, what I've been briefed is that some members of the public, I think in anticipation of the debate on the finance bill, had come to Parliament, to the presence of Parliament at the gate, to, of course, either show solidarity with the members of Parliament or express their feelings about the bill, Madam Speaker. They are essentially, I think, picketing within the meaning of picketing under Article 37 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, why I'm raising this issue is that we need to set the record straight. I don't think we want, as a parliament of the Republic of Kenya, to act differently from other parliaments of the world, at least of the civilized world. The world over, Madam Speaker, parliaments are known as public spaces, public utilities, public institutions that the public access at will. This happens even at the Capitol Hill in the US, everywhere. You go to Westminster Bay in the UK, everywhere, including some cities in Africa. Madam Speaker, I want you to make a ruling. A ruling, Madam Speaker, to guide first and foremost the House, but more importantly the police. Because if we allow this precedent that was set yesterday to have its way, we are going to basically be telling Kenyans and the world that this House or this Parliament of the Republic of Kenya wants to isolate itself from the very public it's supposed to be serving. Madam Speaker, what is it what kind of threat was the police or was the public, an armed public, going to pose to the House or anybody else by simply coming close to Parliament and picketing and cheering and even jeering, Madam Speaker? We cannot afford to be seen to be complicit in the gagging of the public when they're expressing their views on issues which they feel are pertinent, Madam Speaker. The public must be allowed to not only access Parliament, but also to picket around it at will. At will. Madam Speaker, I am raising very serious issues, and my friend doesn't understand. Yes. He has no capacity to understand what I'm trying to do. Yes. Madam Speaker, we have come a long way as a country. Kenyans went to the trenches. Kenyans went to the trenches to be able to attain the kind of freedoms we have currently under the Constitution. We must jealously guard those freedoms that are enshrined in the Constitution.
Your point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you.
But he has completed. Have you completed?
Okay, let me conclude.
Yes.
So, Madam Speaker, I simply want to urge you, and let us be tolerant. Let us be tolerant, members. You know, in this House, we have been here with my friend KIMANI, ICHUNG'WAH, and others. Today, you are there shouting to please people in the executive. Tomorrow, you will be here crying. I'm telling you, we have seen it all here. So, Madam Speaker, let us not be seen to be people who are curtailing the freedoms and rights of Kenyans as enshrined in the very, very progressive Bill of Rights in our Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, my minority leader. Majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me just begin first by agreeing with the leader of minority that one, it's good for us to conduct ourselves with some decorum, allow each other to be heard. And as he rightly says, today you may be here celebrating. Next time you'll be on the other side crying, like Opio and I is crying today. And only 9 months ago, Madam Speaker, you know, Opio and I then sitting where John Buddy is sitting, and he used to also like that corner there, would be cheering as John Buddy celebrated very major atrocities against us and the Kenyan people. But I don't stand here to celebrate atrocities against anybody. And I don't celebrate any travesties on the justice of the people of Kenya. And Parliament, as Opio and I says, is an open place to members of the public. However, Honorable Speaker, we live in a civilized democracy. And in a civilized democracy, like happens all over the world, around parliaments, they are picketing corners. Around the world, parliaments, including the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, members of the public are allowed into the public gallery, and with the Speaker's permission, even to the Speaker's gallery, to be able to watch and follow the proceedings of the House. And in this endeavor to have an open parliament for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, that is why even our debates are televised live by the Parliamentary Broadcast Unit to ensure that Kenyans from wherever they are, even from the comfort of their homes, they can be able to follow debates. But that, Honorable Speaker, doesn't mean that we live in an island. And it's only yesterday or the day before, I think it was on Thursday or yesterday, that the Speaker reminded us about our own safety within the precincts of Parliament and more so within these chambers. And he reminded us about the bombing of parliaments around the world, I think in Beirut, in Lebanon. You remember most recently in Burkina Faso, mobs taking over parliament and burning parliament, the parliament of Burkina Faso. And I say we don't live in an island, Honorable Speaker, because we have seen what those who associate with Opio and I, my minority leader, believe to be peaceful protests and peaceful demonstrations. And therefore, if the police in their wisdom feel it is not secure to allow people who purport to be picketers or demonstrators or peaceful demonstrators around and within the precincts of Parliament to protect the Honorable Opio and I, or to protect the Honorable Mwenje or the Honorable Owen Bayer, it is within the right of the police to exclude anybody who they feel is a threat to our national security and the security of members of Parliament, including the Honorable Opio and I, our leader of minority, who must at all times be protected because of the many things he needs to be protected against. And that is why the government of Kenya, through the Inspector General of Police, has even provided a number of bodyguards. I think a minimum of 14 bodyguards, the Honorable Opio and I, as leader of the minority. Yes, you may not know it, John Buddy. The leader of minority is entitled to 14 bodyguards, guarding even his residences, both in the village, in Nairobi, and elsewhere. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if the police have opted to ensure the leader of minority and the leader of majority and each and every member of Parliament is protected by the police, even our staff working in this House, Honorable Speaker, deserve protection. And therefore, we should not take it that anybody is precluding people from following the proceedings of the House when the police do what they want to do. And I want to speak to those people who are being mobilized to come and attempt, because, Honorable Speaker, I am also in the know, having engaged with a number of intelligence officers around this House. And you know there are enough intelligence officers in, outside, and around this House, Honorable Speaker, that there are people who are being mobilized I hear people asking by who. I don't know what is itching you. I say there are people who are being mobilized to attempt to intimidate members of Parliament not to come to and carry out their constitutional mandate yesterday afternoon, today, and tomorrow. And I want to ask the Inspector General of Police, even now, anybody who wants to picket around Parliament needs to notify the police where they want to picket, over what, If they can write to the Speaker, I am sure around KICC on the opposite side, I think there is already some space that is now already designated as a picketing corner. And you are right to picket and demonstrate ends where mine to carry out my constitutional work as a member of parliament begins. Nobody should attempt to stop any member of parliament from coming to do their work as members of parliament. However you feel about the finance bill or any other business. And you may as well protest in our constituencies. You may protest anywhere else, but do so peaceably or in a peaceful manner and in line with all the provisions of Public Order Act, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I don't want to take that there was any sinister move in excluding people who the police and the Inspector General of Police felt were a threat to the security of members of parliament. Because above anything else, Honorable Speaker, our own safety here, as the Speaker said, the substantive Speaker said yesterday, is paramount. And that's why the Speaker even yesterday was pleading with us, even as we walk in. As I walked in here, I stood there and allowed the Sergeant at Arms to carry out a body search on me. I was hoping the Speaker yesterday would name the member who was threatening to strip, because a Sergeant at Arms has asked her to be searched. Because members, as the Speaker said yesterday, we must be careful. If we lose any one of us here because of a bombing, or somebody walked in here with a gun. I remember in the last parliament, there was an incident where a member was seated behind me here and was said to have carried a gun. So the things that we are talking about, Honorable Speaker, are not things in the air. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you need to protect the Honorable Babu Owino. Babu Owino has never carried a gun into the chamber. Babu Owino has only carried guns elsewhere. Therefore, you need to make sure that Babu Owino does not walk in here with a gun. Or indeed, KIMANI ICHUNG'WAH doesn't walk in here with a gun. Or anything else, even a grenade, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would beg that we do allow our security agencies to secure us, but to tell Kenyans and the world that the Parliament and the National Assembly of Kenya is an open place for people, and Kenyans are free to picket. Kenyans are free to air their views. If anything, I said yesterday, this finance bill is the only finance bill, actually the only bill that we have transacted in the last close to 15 years that has had the most robust public participation. As I came this morning, I was listening to a local FM still called Kamehameha FM. And on that Kamehameha FM, Honorable Speaker, I had some former MCA who was a cleaner in my county. Yeah, he used to be a sweeper and was elected, fortunately, as an MCA, pretending to be a finance expert and saying all manner of fake things on Kamehameha FM. But since we know the Kamehameha FM, the owners are part of the propaganda machinery against the finance bill, we allow them. And I also want to assure the people of Kenya, even as they picket, even as they express their views, as I said during the second reading, a lot of the misinformation, lies, and propaganda, including that on Kamehameha FM, what you are being told is not true. Nobody will die because this finance bill has passed. Nobody will get hurt because this finance bill has been passed by this House. And I want to ask the Honorable Robert Bui also, this afternoon, be ready to vote for those progressive clauses in that bill that you think will be beneficial to the people of Kathiani. Those that you think are not beneficial, I want to ask you to bring amendments and not to play to the gallery. Honorable Speaker, let me end it there because we have very important business ahead of us, and I don't think this was a matter for debate. I just want to respond to my good friend, the Honorable Pio and I, to assure him that he is secure, he is safe, but as much as you are safe, please do not organize anybody to preclude me from coming to the House, or any member of Kenya Kwanza to be intimidated, or any member of AZIMIO to be intimidated by those who support this bill from coming to oppose this bill on the floor. Babu Owino should have the freedom to come and oppose this bill on the floor. And I know those who are not in the house, like my friend, the former leader of minority, the Honorable John Buddy, gets very excited because he needs to be seen that he is opposing this bill. Those who never voted for second reading in AZIMIO need to be seen and to be heard that they are opposing this bill. Because if they are not seen and heard, you have seen the kind of letters they are getting from ODM. And ODM also, as a political party, Honorable Speaker, must stop intimidating its members. They must stop. Members have the freedom of conscience to vote as they want.
No!
I do not want to name you Lillian Gogo. But ODM must protect its members. Stop intimidating members of parliament.
Order, members.
They must be...
Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. I'll give a response to member for Lugari, Nabwera, Nabi. I've given you the mic, member for... Order, members.
Thank you.
Order, members.
Kaa chini wewe.
Give the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Lugari, your hand was up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to raise two critical things. Number one, Madam Speaker, we have a duty to protect the Constitution and the integrity of this House. The most important thing that Honorable Andai raised is, Madam Speaker, the issue of throwing tear gas into the presence of Parliament when there was no threat at all. That is the issue. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I was out there when police were blocking people. Those people were not armed. In fact, I walked because they had blocked the road. I left my car and walked peacefully up to this place. Madam Speaker, it is not fair. It is not fair for the majority leader to insinuate that Kenyans who are peaceful are always rowdy. It is not fair to the public who have sent us here if they want to participate by picketing, observing, they be blocked by police. Madam Speaker, I want to confirm that all of us want to have a sober debate. But it's also unfair for the majority leader, in responding to Wandai, to turn it into an ODM Kenya Kwanza issue. That is very, very unfair. We can't allow it.
What's your point of order, Honorable Mbadi?
Madam Speaker, kindly, I want to appeal for sober debate on this matter. Madam Speaker, I think the question before us here is about the rights of Kenyans to picket, the rights of Kenyans to express themselves vis-a-vis what the leader of majority has said about the security of members of parliament. Those are two issues that I think we need to deal with as a House. Whereas I agree that parliament as an institution must be protected from any harm, any threat, any insecurity. That is also done everywhere in the world. Yes, we don't want to see cases like what happened in Capitol Hill when the supporters of the former President Trump invaded the precincts of that institution. But again, we must allow Kenyans the latitude and freedom to express themselves around the precincts of parliament peacefully. There is no indication or evidence that those Kenyans who came around the precincts of parliament yesterday threatened the peace, threatened the security of members of parliament. If there is that evidence, it needs to be tabled. We need to be tolerant, and as a House, I think it is a high time that we created a space. You cannot ask those who want to picket about parliamentary proceedings to go to KICC. It must be around parliament. And Madam Speaker, We have been very tolerant. In fact, at the gates of Parliament, we have seen Kenyans coming even with pigs and calling us pigs. We never beat anybody. We allowed them to picket. And in fact, Madam Speaker, during my tenure as minority leader, and it is very unfair for majority leader, who is a very good friend of mine, even at personal level, to come to the House and tell Kenyans that when I was minority leader, that I was cheering the tribulations of other members. I think that is unfair to me. I am one member of Parliament. I am one person who power has never gone into his head. I don't allow power to get into my head. And Madam Speaker, for the information of Kimani ICHUNG'WAH, I don't need to prove anything as a member of Parliament for my coalition to know, or my party to know, my level of loyalty and my level of commitment towards the just cause of the people of Kenya. I have done it previously, I continue to do it, and I will do it up to the time that God has planned that I will be sitting in this house. I don't know when. So my friend, Honorable Kimani ICHUNG'WAH, lastly, Madam Speaker, allow me, because he mentioned me about 3 times. He's my very good friend. And I want to persuade him again that, you know, when you get power, manage power. I see the majority leader, a gentleman who used to be very polished when he was the chair of the budget committee, and when he was my student as a legislator. I have been tutoring him, including his coming to my house, and we were discussing, and I've been telling him how to conduct himself. When he has become majority leader, Madam Speaker, he is completely wasted. He has become arrogant. He even talked to seniors like me, and very wrong. So, Madam Speaker, please save us from the majority leader.
You cannot impute on the character of others. Honorable members, we have other business to transact. I think the point raised by Honorable, you don't have the mic. Honorable Okello, you do not have the mic. Honorable members, I think the issue that has been raised by Honorable Wandai and also responded to by various members and their views given. As we know, the happenings of tomorrow, of yesterday, Honorable Babu Owino, you do not have the mic. You're out of order. You have risen without permission. No, Honorable Babu. No. For you to rise and shout from your chair is, in fact, disrespectful. Honorable members, like I said, we have already, this matter has been ventilated sufficiently. Everyone has given their views. Unfortunately, I'm unable to make any decision on it now because I do not have the facts. I probably will need to, I don't have the investigation of what transpired yesterday with me, so we'll defer that for communication later from the Speaker's chair. So I think now we will move back for efficiency of Parliament. We need to move back. Yes, I know that. Last time the matter is not properly before the House, and therefore there is no need to debate on it. We shall have opportunity to debate on it later. So right now, let us move back to order number 5. Papers, budget, chairperson, budget committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 21st June 2023. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the Bureau bills. 1, the Equalization Fund Appropriations Bill, that is the Senate Bill number 3 of 2023, and number 2, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, that is Senate Bill number 16 of 2023. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, exemption of business from Standing Order 43.
Majority Leader.
Order number 8. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House resolves to exempt business appearing as orders number 9, 10, and 11 in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party, or business sponsored by a committee. Honorable Speaker, as I've said, this motion is just a procedural motion to allow debate on one, consideration of the supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2022-2023. We also have the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2023, and the equalization fund appropriation bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, these motions and bills are sponsored by the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and we need to avail time for their passage of these very important financial bills that have timelines, and that is why in the House Business Committee yesterday, Honorable Speaker, we did agree as the House Business Committee that would exempt business in line with the provision of Standing Order 43 to allow us to be able to transact business this morning, and therefore stand down the private members' motions until we finish with the orders at order number 9, 10, and 11. And Honorable Speaker, that does not mean should we be able to finish them in time, because I can see we have slightly less than 3 hours to transact those bills. Honorable Speaker, in case we are able to finish, there are also other motions lined up, but looking at the time, Honorable Speaker, we may not have time for this. Honorable Speaker, even as I call on a seconder to second, if you indulge me, since my good friend, the Honorable John Buddy, alluded to the fact that I could be arrogant, and he knows, and I've been to his house, and he knows what I went to do in his house. And he knows it had no tinge of arrogance, but he knows I am a person who believes in the truth, and at times, people like John Buddy will mistake being told the truth for arrogance. But I have no tinge of arrogance, but I have a penchant for the truth and saying it as it is. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, even I say as it is, I will ask that he bears with me. And it's obvious, at times students become better than the teacher. And it better not be a problem to the teacher when the student became better than the teacher. Honorable Speaker, allow me to ask my good Deputy Whip, the Honorable Naomi Wako, member for Marsabit County, to second.
Madam Speaker, I second. Thank you.
What's your point of order, Honorable Makali? Honorable Makali, why don't I propose the question faster than you? Honorable Makali, please give your point of order after. It has been seconded. That's what I said, yeah. No, honorable member, I requested politely that if you could have a seat, I put the question. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as orders number 9, 10, and 11 in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. Honorable members, Honorable Makali, just put what's your point of order?
Yeah,
in the middle of...
You know, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect to honorable members, you must realize that this is a house of rules and procedures, and a point of order is allowed in the standing orders. You cannot deny a member a chance
What's your
to talk.
point of order?
That's your point of order.
Go ahead with your point
Honorable
of order.
Speaker, yesterday, Honorable Speaker, when the Speaker of this House, the National Assembly, was making a statement before we went for Committee of the Whole House, he did say that if we go by midnight and we'll have not completed the bill on finance bill, this morning we will be moving a procedural motion to continue the finance bill. The leader of majority of this House is now not moving this House to debate the finance bill. He's moving a procedural bill to bring other bills. When the Speaker of this House did direct that this morning members will be debating finance bill if we don't complete by midnight. And we are very much aware, Honorable Speaker, that this has not been changed. We have not completed. How I wish that you as the sitting Speaker now, you would have guided the House, because that was the directive from the Speaker before we get to this other business, Honorable Speaker. That's my point of order. Thank you.
Yeah, the Speaker did not make any such ruling. Yes. May we put the question? Is it the mood of the House to put the question? And in any case, honorable members, in any case, the minority leader, the majority leader sit in the House Business Committee, and you actually know what transpired there. Yes. So let's put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as order number 9, 10, 11 in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2022-2023.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that...
Honorable Chair, Budget, hold on 1 second before you move. Honorable Budget Chair, you may now proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am moving this motion in an amended form, and especially in the schedules, where we are amending slightly an increase of Kenya shillings 189 million at about 1052, that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and a reduction of Kenya shillings 189 million at about 1053, State Department for Foreign Affairs, which is basically a rearrangement, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, in that amended form, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the second supplementary estimates for financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, that is yesterday, 20th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order 243. 1. Approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 9,515,817,997 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the schedules. 2, approves a decrease of a total capital expenditure for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 34,977,926,251 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. 3, approves an overall decrease in the total budget for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 25,462,108,254 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule, and 4, resolves that the schedule forms the basis for the introduction of the supplementary appropriations number 2 bill of 2023. I can see there is a change in the chair from Madam Chair to from Madam Speaker to Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the essence of having this supplementary estimates, that is number 2, Honorable Speaker, number 1, is to be able to tidy up the budget. As we come to the close of financial year, that is on 30th of June, Honorable Speaker, it becomes even more vivid and more clearer on the amount of revenues that we are likely to collect as our country, and therefore it is important to align those revenues with the expenditure. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, because as members are aware, budgets are made based on projections. And budgets are usually proposals. They are never cast on stone, because all the things that you consider the budget on, and especially on the revenue side, are variables, Honorable Speaker. They are not absolutes. And that is why it is always important to align our aspirations with the amount of revenue that you are likely to correct. Honorable Speaker, I first of all want to thank all the members, and especially departmental chairs and their members, who are able to consider these estimates in a record time. Some of them worked over the weekend, Honorable Speaker, and I also want to thank the Budget and Appropriation Committee members who have been working over the weekend up to yesterday, Honorable Speaker, to be able to finalize on the report that we are now debating. Honorable Speaker, the amount of money that is involved in these supplementary estimates too is a net of a reduction of 24 billion Kenya shillings, which, Honorable Speaker, there is a slight increment of around 9 billion Kenya shillings in regards to recurrent, and also, Honorable Speaker, there is a reduction of Kenya shillings 34 billion in regards to development expenditure, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also, in the same report and in the same consideration, we are considering the expenditure which has been expended under Article 223, which is usually the right procedure on especially issues that are emergency in nature and that could not wait for the next budget cycle. However, I want to take this opportunity to laud even our National Treasury and to laud even this administration. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether I'm clear, I'm hearing whether like there is an echo in the speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to laud the National Treasury and the administration because basically we have seen a gross reduction in regards to the consideration of expenditure already done under 223. There is a bit more decorum now, Honorable Speaker, and we have seen in the consideration of the expenditure under 223, it is all justifiable, Honorable Speaker, because we have departed from where we were before, where Article 223 could be misused, Honorable Speaker, to fund expenditure that is not or cannot be deemed, Honorable Speaker, as fitting to be expended under that article. Honorable Speaker, I first of all want to say something about why the reduction, and especially in capital expenditure and the increment when it comes to recurrent. Honorable Speaker, as we talk about recurrent expenditure as a country, there is some recurrent expenditure that has got capital element in it. And I want to exemplify that. Honorable Speaker, for example, part of the 223 are monies that we have expended in terms of the JSS teachers, Honorable Speaker, and as much as this is a recurrent expenditure, it is capital in nature because it's capitalizing our education sector, and Honorable Speaker, it is going into polishing our labor and into polishing that factor of production, Honorable Speaker, that is the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, therefore, when we see an increment in recurrent expenditure, we are not increasing the recurrent expenditure in the one that is known more for wasteful expenditure, but the one that is actually going into rendering service to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the reduction when it comes to capital expenditure, I want also to bring forth to these members that you are not reducing any monies from any project per se. What we are just doing is to consider absorption, and especially in regards to development partners funded projects. And as majority of the members know, there is usually a huge challenge when it comes to absorption rate, and especially when it comes to foreign funded projects, and especially because of the processes that are involved in accessing the real money, Honorable Speaker, and therefore the reason for that reduction. Honorable Speaker, there are a few things I want to highlight that we noted in the Budget and Appropriations Committee. As we were considering these estimates, we first of all segregated, because we found it wise to segregate for us to be able to zoom in properly. In terms of the affected votes, we first of all zoomed in into what is, and especially an increment in expenditure, which has an element of A in it. That is appropriations in aid. We also segregated whatever is GOK funded, and especially that which had been allocated GOK financing in the financial year of consideration, which is actually the current financial year that will be lapsing on the 30th of June. We were also able to segregate those projects that are externally funded, Honorable Speaker, for us to be able to make the right decision on each and every vote that was affected. And some of the findings that we saw, Honorable Speaker, will be guiding the policy of this House now and also in the future. Honorable Speaker, some of the findings is that we have seen there is usually a gross underestimation when it comes to budgeting of appropriations in aid. Majority of GOK enterprises and sagas and institutions underestimate, and probably could be deliberate, underestimate their A&A at the point of making the budget, like the one we are considering for 23-24, Honorable Speaker, so that they may have surplus to only request to be given authority to expend as we come to the close of the year. And Honorable Speaker, the budget that we are making, let me talk about it because that is what is rife in our minds. The budget we are making, I don't want to reference to the one that we are making supplementary estimates so that I bring the point to the members. Out of the 3.679 trillion shillings that we anticipate to have as revenue, when we have 2.57 trillion Kenya shillings as ordinary revenue, Honorable Speaker, the third other source of revenue after deficit, Honorable Speaker, is appropriations in aid. Out of that 3.679 trillion, Honorable Speaker, we have budgeted for A&A of 347 billion Kenya shillings. The point I'm trying to drive home is that this is a very far-reaching and a very important revenue stream for government. And A, Honorable Speaker, just for the members of the public who are viewing to understand, it is the monies that we pay for when we get some premium government services, Honorable Speaker, and especially that which are not pure public goods, which are expended for free. When you, for example, Honorable Speaker, you are taking a passport, the amount of money you pay to the Immigration Department, that constitutes A. When a student in a public university pays school fees, that is a revenue to a public institution, which is a university, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, that also constitutes A. So majority of these public institutions, as we do the main budget, they underestimate, probably, as I said before, deliberately, the amount of money they could be receiving. So that as we progress within the year, the financial year, all that they have to do is to ask the Treasury for the authority to spend this money. Honorable Speaker, we actually wrote in our report that we will be basing the projections of A not on what is proposed by the MDAs, but actually on the monies collected as A by the last supplementary estimates considered by this House. And Honorable Speaker, when we do that, we'll move closer to the reality in terms of the actual A that we collect as government. Honorable Speaker, we were also able to look at GOK funded projects which were being affected. And Honorable Speaker, I want to assure this House that we actually reversed most of that amount, which is GOK, because it was very marginal. Out of the 34 billion shillings under consideration, GOK funded development expenditure that was intended to be cut was actually maybe just around 2 billion, which we were able to reverse. Some of it, Honorable Speaker, were some small water projects. Others are just the kind of community projects that members would have a lot of interest in. And Honorable Speaker, we reversed that, most of those decisions because we now think Treasury is more liquid than they were when they actually tabled these supplementary estimates. Honorable Speaker, one thing that we have noted that we must be considering to do, as you look at these supplementary estimates, Honorable Speaker, the reason it actually comes, and the first step to getting a solution is to understand the reality. The reason we usually have supplementary too, not just this year, even in the previous years, is to be able to align the revenue side of government and the expenditure side. Fortunately or unfortunately, this alignment actually portends to cut in expenditure because most of the time we are optimistic in projecting our revenues. And that is why even the entire arithmetic of this supplementary is a cut of 24 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, as the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and I hope also this House, buys into the idea, we need to have very robust revenue-raising measures. And Honorable Speaker, what we did as we move forward in the main budget of 23-24, to avoid these kind of cuts in the future, Honorable Speaker, what we've done is not to enhance tax collection from the same people that pay. What we have done is allocating monies that you'll be able to expand our economy. We net in people who are now not active participants of the economy to become participants of the growth of the economy and therefore consequently become taxpayers. And what we did is this, and I said that as we moved the report, which is for the main budget. But it is important that I repeat because any other supplementary will be affecting 23-24. Honorable Speaker, we looked at the primary production of our economy, and we segregated our economy into three as the Budget and Appropriations Committee. GDP, we looked at it as number one, primary production, which is basically agriculture, mining, fisheries, forestry, and everything else that is primary in nature. Honorable Speaker, there is a paradox. This primary production constitutes 18.2% of our GDP. And I'll say the paradox as I proceed. Then we were able to zoom in at the industry, which is the secondary production, which currently constitutes around 16.8% of our GDP. Honorable Speaker, we also zoomed in into the tertiary production, which is basically service. It actually constitutes 65% of our GDP. The paradox is this. Honorable Speaker, service industry constituting 65% of our GDP does not employ as many people as the primary production, which constitutes only 18.2%. Honorable Speaker, we see that the primary production, which majority of Kenyans are engaged in, especially farmers, constitutes very little, because productivity in the primary production is very low. A salary or income or revenue for one person employed in the service industry, that revenue would take like 20 farmers to net the same revenue. And Honorable Speaker, that is why we have done policy decisions and allocation decisions to spur especially the primary production and the secondary production, because they are the biggest employers and they have capacity to net in as many Kenyans as possible. That is why we took money to fertilizer in the upcoming budget, so that we do not have this kind of shortfalls again, and to net in and to enhance productivity of farmers. That is why, as a government, we are lifting the moratorium as far as mining is concerned, so that mining now starts to become a serious revenue stream for our country. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, we allocated monies even for ground truthing, so that, Honorable Speaker, we can open up our mining sector to become as significant as it should be. Honorable Speaker, we are also lifting the moratorium when it comes to forestry, because forestry is a huge wealth for this country. But as you know, Honorable Speaker, in regards to the economy and GDP, wealth does not count as much as revenue. So we have to find ways of transferring or transforming our wealth to become revenue, because as we do the budget, Honorable Speaker, the revenue side has no slot for wealth. It only has slots for revenue, and that is why it is important to transform our forestry resources to become revenue streams for government. When you come to secondary production, we did that in terms of aggregation centers and in terms of industrial parks, Honorable Speaker, so that this service industry can have something to service, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is something else that we are trying to bridge the gap on, which is the deficit. Honorable Speaker, if the other alternative of not having a supplementary budget to cut on the expenditure is then to expand on the deficit. And I don't think that is a very wise decision to do, and especially in the current circumstances of our economy. But going forward, Honorable Speaker, the same tax revenue measures that I enumerated will go a long way into bridging the gap when it comes to deficit. The deficit that we are budgeting on, Honorable Speaker, the next financial year is around 718 billion. But Honorable Speaker, in the year of consideration of these supplementary estimates, we are talking about a deficit which was on the books of 860 billion and another 200 billion that had been spent at a 223. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about a deficit of financial year 22-23 of 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, when I see, for example, news, Honorable Speaker, about monies have been monies that have been borrowed, and especially by the current treasury, Honorable Speaker, I want to give in some more facts, so that even as we report on the basis of actuals.
Chairman, you're doing very well, but your time is almost up, so just to.
Honorable Speaker, this country was to borrow 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings in this current financial year. And therefore, when you hear that the Treasury has borrowed, for example, the borrowing that happened last week, These are not monies that are being borrowed by this regime. These are monies that are being borrowed because they were part of the budget that we are implementing. And therefore, we are just fulfilling the revenue side of the budget that we actually got in place when we assumed the positions that we currently occupy. Honorable Speaker, generally speaking, we are just mopping up areas that cannot be able to absorb monies by 30th of June and directing those small monies, which are marginal, to areas that could be able to absorb. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank every member of this House. We always gain from your interactions as the budget. We always gain from your interactions, and even in this kind of debate, we actually come to listen and learn. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to request the chairman of all transformers in Kenya, of the energy sector, the petroleum sector, Honorable Engineer Vincent Musyoka Kawaya, to second this motion.
The Honorable Kawaya.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Budget. Those were quite some credentials, and I appreciate. Mr. Speaker, I raised to support this supplementary too. And I want to second. And I want to start by thanking the Budget Committee. I think it has done a great job, especially to accommodate most of us as the chairs who had their budgets for the respective ministries affected by supplementary too, and spending your time to late hours. Mr. Speaker, I think most of the times we are really very realistic with our budget projections. And that's why by the end of every financial year, we have to come back on the table and see how to rationalize our budgets. In most of the occasions, you'll find that the projections are overestimated, while on the other end, the ANAs that we are projecting from our sagas are actually underestimated. And this is an issue we need to confront, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to set an example. When we looked at the current estimates, barely weeks down the line, when we looked at the printed estimates that were presented to Treasury and the financial statements of our MDAs, you will find that only 2 weeks down the line, they've already changed their estimates for ANA. Meaning that in most of the occasions, there is an intention to understate the ANA that is projected to be collected. And that's why you see in most of the supplementary two budgets, there is a spending spree by most of the MDAs. And in some of the items that are also very interesting, we'll see most of them wanting to spend these ANAs in buying furniture, in buying vehicles, going for workshops, because this money was actually put there specifically, just wait for the late hours of the end of the financial year to be able to spend that money. Mr. Speaker, again, also we've also been facing a huge challenge, especially in the sector of the energy, where absorption becomes a challenge, not necessarily on the exchequer part, but the processes that lead to absorption of also the foreign funding, which, for instance, accounts in the energy sector for almost 80% of our budgets. Then the rigorous procedures and processes delay absorption of our resources. Mr. Speaker, even as we discuss this supplementary budget too, then we can never discuss this in isolation. We also need to have a discussion as a country, which is an honest discussion around budget financing, because for every budget that we have in this house, there has to be a source of resources. And it is very, very interesting when you see our conversations, especially when we are discussing the finance bill. You rarely find any honorable member who is not interested in a discussion that takes projects to their respective constituencies, transformers to their respective constituencies. But when it comes to the discussion on how to raise those resources, then we all want sometimes to play to the gallery without undue regard and to how we are really supposed to raise these resources to finance these budgets. It is only fair for us as a country or as leaders to tell the country that there is a reason for the actions that we are taking. We have, I think, failed in telling Kenyans the why and dwelled on the what, especially on the revenue-raising measures, especially the finance bill. We must tell Kenyans that Kenya Kwanza inherited a shell in the name of an economy because our predecessors decided to loot this country, decided to carry money in sacks. They decided to literally borrow everything they could so that we are left with a huge, huge burden that somehow we can't run away from. And you know, facts are very stubborn, Mr. Speaker. Our revenues that we've been collecting are barely 2.1 trillion as our collections. And when you look at our collections at 2.1 trillion, you look at our debt repayment at 1.4 trillion. It tells you that if you collect 2.1 trillion and pay your debt at 1.1 trillion, you only have 700 billion, out of which our recurrent expenditure is 600 billion, or at least has been 600 billion. That leaves us with 100 billion. With 100 billion, the county governments are waiting for 376 billion from that 100 billion. It therefore means that even if you give them the 100 billion, you have to borrow some 270-something billion to give the counties. And therefore, as we do this discussion about revenue-raising measures, I ask members, especially from the other side of the political divide, let us kindly not play to the gallery. The easier way not to raise or to expand our tax base in the country would have been summoning and looking for the one, Uhuru Kenyatta and his brother, who put us in this mess, and they would probably tell us where these monies went to. And we can plug that deficit without targeting Kenyans to raise, because we have a responsibility as a country. There is no gain without pain. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we move towards the current estimates, I think there is also something to learn from the current supplementary budget, that we should work closely towards having budgets that are manageable, making realistic estimates in our budgets. Mr. Speaker, the current budget that we have, I think solves is basically a more responsive budget, and without even leaving important items out. And I think it does take a bit of wisdom and creativity to come up with a responsive budget. And I want to support that statement. In the energy sector, for instance, we've been having a budget of, say, 90 billion. And I will tell you, in the past, the current budget, which is a reduced budget of 65 billion, for instance, seems to be more responsive in terms of how this particular budget, for instance, gets us as Kenyans a better solution in terms of lower cost of power than the previous budgets we had in the past. Where, Mr. Speaker, we have an attempt in this particular budget. I am.
The Honorable Kawai will be heard. The Honorable Kawai will be heard.
Protect me, Mr. Speaker. Eh? I know where the problem is, the looting part, but please bear with me. The problems that we are facing as a country originated from some two brothers. Mr. Speaker, something also to note around this supplementary budget. The Article 223. You know, in the past, this article has been purely misused by most of our government departments. And for issues that most of our maybe MDAs or ministries feel that probably will not easily pass through this parliament as an oversight authority, then they will spend this money through Article 223 and wait for parliament to be able to pass that expenditure through the supplementary budget. And we had an expenditure of, which is right now flagged and the subject of an audit from one of our lines, the Loyangalani-Suswa line, which I want to commend this particular government because you've seen reduced appetite for expenditure through Article 223. You can't get much benefit from this Article 223 because rarely is it used in good faith. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we must resist from attempt by some treasury officials to make budget for this particular parliament. We've seen occasions where supplementary recommendations by the budget committee are overturned in the last minute, or there's an attempt to overturn those recommendations by treasury. I think it is important for this House to stamp authority. We have seen even attempts to reduce allocations to projects affecting members, and even the proposed expenditures for these particular resources would be termed as low priorities. So I urge members to be, especially
He already seconded when he started. Yeah, but you can give him the mic just for the sake of Honorable Bombadi. Give him the mic for a second so that he seconds.
Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I second. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sioka. Honorable members, before I do the needful order, Honorable members, before I do the needful, I will wish to recognize the presence of the public gallery this morning of Ongata Royal Academy from Kajiado North constituency in Kajiado, and students from Ndurarua High School from Dagoretti North in Nairobi County. We welcome them to follow the proceedings of the National Assembly this morning and wish them the best in their tour of the city this afternoon. Honorable members, it's now my time to propose the question, and before I do so, I'll just remind you that the motion was moved in an amended form under Standing Order 48, and the amendments affects the schedules, not the motion as moved, and so as you debate, you are accordingly advised. Honorable members, I now therefore propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 20th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order 243, approves an increment of total current expenditure for financial year 2022-23 by Kenya shillings 9,515,817,997 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. And 2, approves a decrease of the total capital expenditure for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 34,977,926,251 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. And 3, approves an overall decrease in the total budget of financial year 2023 by Kenya shillings 25,462,108,254 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. And 4, resolve that the schedule forms the basis of the introduction of the supplemental appropriations number 2, bill number 2 of 2023. Of course. So this chance will go to members. I'll follow this, unless I'm assuming that those who have, put in the, I mean, this house since we started, there are those who put intervention because they want to talk about that thing in the morning about the protests. So that's why I said I will follow the list as I have it here. The way I always do. So if you want to contribute, you tell us, then you proceed. And the first chance goes to the Honorable Gigi Kagombe of Gatundu South if he's in the house. Then that chance then goes to the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo of Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2022-2023. And I must laud the Budget and Appropriation Committee Chair for having taken us to some basic or elementary lecture on economic and macroeconomics. Honorable Speaker, ideally, and I have always stated this and I'll not tire to state the same, supplementary budget is an epitome of laziness in economic planning. Pure and no other question. Article 2 to 3 was never in any way meant to cover inefficiencies of the planning department, inefficiencies of the executive. It was generally meant to cover those cases of emergencies and unforeseen circumstances, typical like what happened during the COVID-19 of 2020 and 2021. It baffles everybody, anybody who has attended any economic class, that the government cannot be able at any given time to precisely project the revenue they are likely to get, because the population doesn't change that much, people in the income generation doesn't change that much, cannot change that much. So it behooves that the executives, the technocrats, will be in a better position to clearly and with some element of precision determine the revenues that will come at hand. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the figures that are being reduced, especially on the capital expenditure side, again, it's a clear testimony that the way the system operates, it operates to frustrate the implementation of certain kind of projects. Honorable Speaker, if you listen to PSS, you listen to MDS, you listen to many technocrats who implement projects, will always tell you there is this twin tendency. Number one, where the donor funding and there is counterpart funding, Treasury would deliberately delay the release those of counterpart funding, so they frustrate that project. So that by the time we come to the end of the financial year, we have money that we cannot spend, and Treasury has obviously now to use this unorthodox means to recall or recover that money. Honorable Speaker, secondly, again, it's also another way of corruption. Many MDS and many state departments do not have coherent procurement plan. And in any case, if they have a very clear procurement plan, they're unable to implement those plans because Treasury releases and disbursements are deliberately delayed so that only funds go to those projects that are earmarked for looting public funds. Honorable Speaker, and we have always argued, and I hope Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro, being a new kid on the block, will really get out of this old mindset and really start talking to the guys in National Treasury to understand that members of parliament are getting fed up with these piecemeal changes to the budget every financial year. Honorable Speaker, When you look at the schedule attached, and I've not had the benefit of reading the report in details, when you look at the schedules attached, we are unable to pick out is from which vote head precisely or from which state department has the reduction been made. And this again, any Kenyan getting a hold of this order paper will be unable to know where those particular changes have happened. So, Honorable Speaker, we need to tighten up. And as we have always continuously said, and all in their reports, be it for the supplementary one, be it BPS, the Budget and Appropriation Committee has always called upon for a review.
Honorable Wundo, I don't intend to interrupt you at all, but the order paper that you have as the schedules, totally.
Chair, Honorable Speaker, true it has got schedules. And the schedules it has got the vote program, it has got the revised budget estimate for financial year 2022-23. It does not provide the comparative analysis of after supplementary budget one. Honorable Speaker, I've been lucky. I went a bit to school, so I can read and understand, and I know how to compare. I've been lucky. God has been very kind on me. And forever, I'm always gratitude to that. And I went to Sarehe Boys Center and School, not other these second-rate places people go to. Yes, Honorable Speaker, here we are dealing with supplementary budget. We are dealing with supplementary budget coming almost 2 weeks towards the end. Honorable Speaker, it is coming 3 weeks or 2 weeks. In fact, today, 30th is Friday next week. It's coming less than 1 week to the end of the program, the financial year. So the question is, does it mean this 34 billion or so has been just lying somewhere? Does it mean the 9.5 billion that was meant for a recurrent expenditure? What has happened? That explanation is not coming out very clearly. And for many of the members who are first-timers, might not even understand what kind of things we are talking about here. And that's why you'll see many of them probably will not be able to constructively engage in this debate. So, Honorable Speaker, members deserve a little more disclosure. That disclosure will help us tell exactly what is happening. What specific? Because the budget is based on specific projects that we are putting money in Project Y, we are putting money in Project X. Honorable Speaker, we who sit in Public Accounts Committee are always confronted with huge pending bills that consequently attract penalties, court charges, damages, and those kind of things. And Honorable Speaker, this comes out of this kind of arrangement, Honorable Speaker. We need as a country, we need as a parliament, we need as the executive, and this goes to the Parliamentary Budget Office. We must be bold enough and tell the Budget and Appropriation Committee the truth and nothing else the truth. Because them that are working at the behest of the executive, they are no longer working at the behest of the people of Kenya. And that's why you find we are getting entangled in so many issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when an economy is in recession, you need to spend money. That's why this 34 billion, for example, if it was spent on providing electricity, taking electricity projects to the various villages in the country, people will be employed. We will get resources and infrastructure that are enable us for Vision 2030 to get us this economy to a certain level. But now what we do have here, we are reducing expenditure, no plausible explanation has been given, and therefore you will find that somehow, another scandal will erupt from here. I can assure Honorable Speaker and the public that another scandal is coming out of this place. We will have pending bills, Honorable Speaker, penalties will accrue, interest will accrue, the contractor service providers will go to court, and we'll have these matters. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the chairman has mentioned the issue of the structure of the economy. He has said the economy is driven by service sector at 60-something%, and he has said the primary market, primary production only accounts for about 18%. Who is to blame? Who is to blame? In any case, what's the problem in the service sector? If it is of high productivity, why can't we invest and ensure that adequate enablers to expand it all up, so that we get to a certain point? Honorable Speaker, there are countries in this world that essentially depend on business processing services as well as tourism, and are doing far much better than this, our country, Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we have talked about value addition for donkey years, yet when you look at even the budget we have passed, the amount of funds that have been allocated to manufacturing is less than 2% of the 2-point-something trillion or 3-point-something trillion that is this budget. So all these stories, Honorable Speaker, that are playing to us is simple propaganda that has got no value to the people of Kenya. But for now, because I brought under Article 222.3, let's approve it, but knowing very well this is another scandal in the offing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We'll get in Public Accounts Committee in the next few years to come. And I'll come and tell you, I told you on this day, Hope Hansard will record correctly what I've said. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Mbadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by first thanking and praising the Budget and Appropriations Committee for job well done. I want to praise the chair of this committee. I think is coming out as one of the best chairs of the Budget and Appropriations Committee so far. He's detailed in his approach and his moving of the motion is eloquent, and I want to support that. But, Mr. Speaker, having said that, I want to say the following, and I want to request the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee to listen to this, that an increase in supplementary budget too. But let me first start. Actually, this tradition of supplementary budget too started around 2016. It never used to be there. It is because of poor planning on the part of the government, as Honorable Undo has said. But I want to say that an increase of 9 billion in recurrent budget under supplementary 2 is not something to consider lightly as a modest increase. Because we have just a few days to June, I know this money has already been spent under Article 223. And that is why the Honorable Chair, I am proposing an amendment to the PFM Act. And it is already, I think it should come for the first reading soon, to bring out clear procedure of spending under Article 223. Parliaments need to be involved and to be given days to consider requests from the executive. This idea of giving blank check to the executive to spend at will and just seek for post facto approval must just stop. Remember, Mr. Speaker, that Ruaraka land, and I keep on repeating it, the committee rejected that expenditure under Article 223. And it remains that Parliament rejected it. But what happens? The money had been spent, and it is in billions. So, Mr. Speaker, we must have post facto information from the executive to Parliament through Committee of Parliament, through Budget Committee, that this we want to spend under Article 223 on this and this and this, and allow 14 days for Parliament to consider that. Nothing would bring Kenya down in 14 days, really. After 14 days, if Parliament will have not dealt with it, then the executive can go ahead. Again, a decrease of 34 billion, and I wanted also the chair to listen to this. A lot of this expenditure that is being reduced under capital expenditure, you have rightly put, is usually under development partners funded projects. But the problem is usually not the development partners. And Mheshimiwa Oundo will sit with him in Public Accounts Committee. Actually, the problem is the counterpart funding from the GOK. That is what is stopping and blocking all the projects that should change the lives of Kenyans, which are supposed to be funded by donors, some of which are concessionary loans, some of them are even grants. But because the government of Kenya cannot meet their part of commitment, which in a number of cases is not even 10% of the project implementation cost, that needs to be addressed. And you have rightly put it, appropriation in aid. We have been, in fact, when I was in the Budget Committee, we were moving towards insisting that the government tries to remove this idea of appropriation in aid and have most, if not all, revenues collected and to go to the consolidated fund so that it is expended properly. Because the moment you allow this A in A's, the most MDGs will, most agencies will just underdeclare. Because they need more money from the exchequer, they will underdeclare their own source revenue. Mr. Speaker, on borrowing, yes, I agree that the budget we are implementing was actually the last budget of Uhuru regime. That is a fact. But nothing stopped this government from restructuring the budget to suit their interests. If anything, this government came into office in end of August. That was just about 1.5 months after the beginning of the financial year. So you had all the time to restructure this budget to meet or to be in line with the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza government. The idea of you are borrowing because the other regime had planned the borrowing, that does not make sense, Mr. Chairman. You don't have to borrow because someone had planned to borrow, and now you have taken over from him. You must actualize the borrowing. And again, I would want to challenge your figure on what was planned for borrowing. It wasn't 1.1 trillion. I have the figures with me. It was 824 billion. That is what was the budget deficit. It is split into net domestic borrowing of 395.8 billion and a net external borrowing of 428.3 billion. These are not my figures. They are figures which are even with the Parliamentary Budget Office. So, Mr. Speaker, but whatever it is, even if it was 1 trillion, the bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, that you don't have to borrow. You are now the ones in charge. In fact, I want Kenya Kwanza to move away from this rhetoric of we borrowed, we found a tattered economy, we found an economy that has been run down, that people are carrying money in sacks. Really, money, you know, you people are talking like Kenya is a kiosk or a supermarket. How can you tell people that the money that can run the economy of Kenya was carried in sacks? Those sacks could fill the city of Nairobi. So let us not, even if we want to lie to Kenyans, we need to be decent in our lies. We can say, yes, that some people have stolen from our coffers. And that is a fact. Under Uhuru regime, there was theft. Even under Kibaki regime, there was theft. It is the degree that differs. Under Ruto regime, we have started seeing theft. If a road from James Gishuru Road, Mr. Speaker, this road from James Gishuru Road to Olosereni, I have not measured it. It cannot be more than 15 kilometers. The work that should be done on this road is purely recarpeting. You award a contract of 1.9 billion, and then you hear that those are farms that are well connected in the system. There is already theft. We are reading and we are seeing, and we have heard it even before the Nation newspaper brought it out, the issue of oil, edible oil. Even members of parliament here, I cannot mention them, some of them have told you, you know, there is a lot of theft. And it has turned out it is true, that Kenya National Trading Corporation is sinking this country to one of the major scandals, and we are watching. Many, many other things. Under Article 223, which you are saying that the current government is now not using a lot, there is theft going on. And actually, we have ordered for audit of all expenditure under Article 223. I don't want to go further because I am waiting for the report of the Auditor General. I am the chair of Public Accounts Committee. I'm waiting for it to come. But let us stop.
Honorable Mbadi, just take your seat. This point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, the distinguished leader, John Mbadi, is actually the chair of the Public Accounts Office Committee. And it behoves on him to bring a report to this House to say what he is saying instead of just speculating on things. And he's a good accountant who knows that before you say things, you should have facts. Facts that have been investigated, facts that have been proven beyond reasonable doubt. So for him to go on a tirade, which is actually a tirade, he is known for facts. I don't know why he wants to sing solo and go on a tirade on things that he has no facts. Be who you are, Honorable Mbadi. You're a man that looks at facts, Stop these things of speculating and bad-mouthing the sensational information like the current newspapers that we have.
The Honorable Mbadi is advised
So
accordingly.
I want you to take advice from your junior that you need to concentrate on this motion. If you have anything that you think money has been stolen, please come to this chamber. As chairman, distinguished chair of PAC, table reports and show us, and as Kenya Kwanza, we will heed those reports and ensure that that theft that you're talking about does not take place.
Thank you.
Take my advice.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, Honorable Bayer is a very good student of mine, and I know he has, whatever he says it in good faith, and I want to take it as such. But let me just conclude by saying that as chair of Public Accounts Committee, yes, we are just concluding 2020-2021 financial year, and the report will be here before the end of July. And we are going to start on 21-22 and conclude by October latest, so that we will not have any financial year pending. But again, Mr. Speaker, we cannot stop talking about emerging issues, because the Public Accounts Committee is both a post-mortem audit committee. We are soon going to have, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me just 1 minute, we are soon, immediately we finish with these old accounts, we are soon going to have now special accounts, special audits being conducted, and continuous audit, which then would be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Thank you so much. I just need to advise us that, you know, we make very good combinations in our contributions. I wish we could follow this with the proper laws and all this, because like 223, all of us are agreed that we need to discipline it. Why don't we discipline it? Yeah, so I think that's important. Members, I just want to propose that because there's so much interest, if you could do 5-6 minutes so that we have more people, it will be very good, so that we have more people, you know, contributing. I just had given to this side. I'll give it to this side first before I go this side again. I'm going to have the Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First, let me play from the point of ignorance, because we have been told we come from some schools which are not very well adorned with knowledge, but the fact is the ones who are teaching us on how to apply economics, let me say, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki, the President, he put a lot of emphasis on economic planning. The Jubilee government and the AZIMIO government did away with the Department of Economic Planning as a ministry. And Mr. Speaker, you agree with us that it will be very difficult to project the existence of routers. The Jubilee government and AZIMIO Brotherhood concentrated more on the aspect of downgrading the proper planning and assumed an authoritarian way of economic planning. Mr. Speaker, our Kenya Kwanza government is very keen on executing its plan, and the first step is to align the resources that are available with the activities that the government want to do. I want to reply to my colleague, professor of the University of Nairobi. It is very difficult to project theft. Mr. Speaker, the infamous sack or carrying sacks of money, it was done up to the day of the Supreme Court ruling. So I want to reply to Mr. John Bandi, we didn't have time to take control of the Treasury until when the President was sworn in. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the Chairman of Budget and his committee for taking keen interest on realigning the expenditures, even if it is for a short time. The only thing that they should have done is to give us the names of those notorious departments, which are very known to misuse public financing. Mr. Speaker, I know for sure, if you pick from where we stop, the remnants of AZIMIO and Jubilee, they are still in government and they are still in control of various government ministries. So when they are talking about is their problem. They are spending a lot of energy shouting and playing to the gallery, but they are not saying they are still part of it, and we are getting rid of them, and we will. I can give you an assurance. I've been in this house slightly better than you. I'm not a cheerleader. We are coming in. Sale people don't recognize cheerleading. Mr. Speaker, the budget has taken time to realign, even if it is 2 weeks, the revenue that they release with the activities the government want to do. And I'm so happy because this part of the supplemental budget is addressing a factor which is dear to us, putting money in an account like CDF, putting money in the stored projects, realigning and addressing the repayment of the debt. Mr. Speaker, there is no other government that, since independent, which has come out clean to say this is wrong and this is what we are doing. And that's what the Budget Committee has done. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot come here and play to the gallery. Very unfortunate, because my senior members we shared last parliament, they are the same government that, they are the same leaders who are demonizing the Kenya Kwanza government. We were here, we know what a member for Funyula was saying, we were here, what minority leader was saying, it is on Assad. Now that we are on this other side, we know what we are doing. We don't need you to criticize us. Just critique, not criticize. We know what Kenya Kwanza government is doing. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is a good direction and directing finances where it is due with the plan. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Fukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute to this supplementary budget too. Mr. Speaker, on the onset, I want to thank the chair of the budget, and I want to join Honorable Mbati to say that we have a very efficient and capable chair of the budget, and his leadership actually contributes immensely to the budget process. As a chair of health, I want to thank the budget committee for always giving us opportunities to be able to present our budgets and making sure that whatever we've been able to request is implemented. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this supplementary budget too, this is already expenditure, and what is being done is under Article 223 to regularize that has already been spent. Honorable Undo said that it shows some bit of inefficiency in the government's making budget. It's true. This is not a Kenya Kwanza budget. This was a budget that was done by the previous government. And it was quite inefficient, actually, from your own comments. And it was done under the handshake government, for which you are part of it. Honorable Speaker, what the Kenya Kwanza government has done is to try, through supplementary one, they try to be able to put their priorities correctly and try to align the budget to their Kenya Kwanza manifesto. In this one, the Kenya Kwanza is trying so much to make sure that those commitments that have already been taken care of, those commitments that the government feels that the various ministries or state departments felt that they needed to have been done, money was already either released or the procurement process almost complete or even complete, and therefore they have to regularize through this. And then you look at also some of those budgets that had already been done previously. Some of them, you look at them and you find that they might not be able even to absorb whatever is given in that budget. So you can't, as an efficient government, you should be able to look at where do you need to decrease, where do you need to increase, where do you need to even not fund some of those programs. And I think this, to me, is the way to go. But I would also want that maybe moving forward, supplementary budget too should be able to be given adequate time, because the period of time for the supplementary budget too has been very short. If we could be able to look at the supplementary budget one again in maybe towards the second quarter of the financial year, then supplementary budget two towards the third or fourth quarter, then it gives time for corrections to be made in adequate time. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. What is the point of order, Chepkonga?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I don't know why Honorable Bukosa is protesting my point of order, and he knows that it is a good one. I ordinarily accept his point of information. He should have accepted my point of order. Mr. Speaker, listening to Honorable Bukosa and many others who have just spoken, it appears that what we are discussing is purely post-mortem. There's very little that we can change here, Mr. Speaker. So I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 95, seeking your, and you can see the next order, Mr. Speaker. It's a very serious one. We have been accused by the Senate most of the time that we don't prioritize their matters. And you see this CARA, the next CARA motion, Mr. Speaker, is extremely very important. I don't know why Honorable Makali Muli is asking for a point of order, and he knows I'm on a point of order. Point of order, I've risen on a point of order, and I know the only reason why Honorable Makali is protesting is
Honorable Chepkonga, you shall prosecute a point of order.
Yes.
Without
being disturbed. Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know we need to save time so that we can get the money to go to the counties fairly quickly. So I'm calling up Mr.
Honorable Chepkonga, you are on a point of order, but you are now anticipating debate.
No.
Could you move your motion?
Fine. Can I move the motion? Can I move the motion? Mr. Speaker, sir, I move the motion that under pursuant to Standing Order 95, that the mover be called upon to reply.
Yes.
Is it the mood of the House that the call him to reply? Okay. I want to propose members that the order coming next and the one after next is such that you can still contribute on what you want to say on this without missing your point. So I'll proceed to put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I really thank Honorable Daktari. The next motions are very much related, and we still have appropriations bill to debate on. So, honorable members, I thank you very much for your contributions. I thank Dr. Oudo for the contributions, which was enriching. Also, Honorable Bandi, thank you very much for your contributions. We have learned from them. Some of the issues, just to highlight, some were mentioned.
Member for Rangwe. Member for Rangwe. Member for Rangwe, you're of order, totally. Don't Bondini, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Member for Rangwe, you are out of order. And order, member for Rangwe, order. I therefore, based on, I order that member for Rangwe be moved of the House for the rest of the day. Could you proceed with your reply? Those orders shall be carried out forthwith.
I want to request Dr. Nyikar.
No, you won't go on until the member of Rangwe leaves the House. Sergeant Arms have said that the member of Rangwe leaves the House so that you can proceed with the business of the House today. Chair budget. Chair budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I thank all the members who have contributed. We have benefited from those insights. And I just want to highlight just two things. I agree with most of the sentiments that have been said, especially at the ANA, and to enhance it, which we already done that through policy. Number two, Honorable Speaker, I want to repeat again, the deficit for this financial year was actually 860 billion. But upon assuming the positions in the budget committee, we realized 200 billion had already been spent at Article 223. And therefore the real deficit is actually 1.1 trillion, and I hope also Honorable Badi can peruse the books, and that is the reality. Honorable Speaker, also in terms of borrowing, we have already scaled down from those figures to currently the deficit of 718, which is only 4.4% of our GDP, and we will be doing much better even next financial year. Having said all those, I thank all members, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to reply.
Do you have the numbers, the clerks? Honorable members, having confirmed that we have the requisite numbers, I therefore then proceed to put the question that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the second supplementary estimates for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 20th June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution, and starting orders 243, 1. Approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 9,515,817,997 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. And 2, approves a decrease of the total capital expenditure financial year 2022 and 2023 by Kenya shillings 34,977,926,251 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. And 3, approves an overall decrease in the total budget for financial year 2022-2023 by Kenya shillings 25 billion 462,108,254 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. And number 4, resolves that the schedule forms the basis for the introduction of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2 of 2023. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. And will as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. What is our order on Tobiah?
Order number 10, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2023, second reading.
What is out of order? The Honorable Gikaria. The Honorable Gikaria, the order is...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Gikaria, if you just will take your seat.
Yes, I'm here, Honorable Speaker.
If you
This one, Honorable Speaker, this is to kindly request any person who will be sitting in that seat for the rest of the day. Honorable Speaker, sometimes we come here very early. We have committee issues that we want also to prosecute. But you find in the next motion again, the same people who have just spoken and the same people again will be given an opportunity to speak. Honorable Speaker, we have issues that we would also want to prosecute as members of Parliament. And I agree, we are all elected and we represent people. And we want to prosecute their issues. Honorable Speaker, it is important for us that in future, allow us also to be given, if you have given Gikaria, next time, because when we come back here again, it will be again Bandi, it will be I don't know who, the same people who have spoken in each and every motion. Honorable Speaker, we are also members of Parliament, and we have been elected to come and represent our people.
Take your seat.
It's not right for us to continue this way. And this government of Kenya Kwanza, we have decided that we can be able...
Take your seat, Honorable Gikaria. In this session, personally, I have not presided until today, and therefore you are out of order completely. If you want to speak, and this I say without fear or favor, if you want to speak, you know what to do. You will come to the House on time, you will queue as usual, and you know it. Honorable Gikaria, out of order. You know it. I will not personally pass anybody because somebody came to talk to me. I'll not do that even in the next order. We will have to follow the rules the way they are. The Honorable Bayer.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I would like to employ among us as members. We have the finance bill that starts in the afternoon. But we have two very important bills that have timelines: the county allocation bills and the appropriation bills. This we have to manage between now and 1 o'clock. So I suggest that we reduce the speaking time, Honorable Speaker, to 5 minutes, so that everybody gets an opportunity to speak, so that we are able to manage more people to speak on this